evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Flamboro Downs for this Thursday, April the 20th. Our first dash will go to post in approximately 15 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. There are no changes in the first two races. No changes races 1 or 2, which means there is a change in race 3. Number 7, Macalco, an equipment adjustment, blind bridle to blinkers. Blind blinkers on number 7, Macalco in the third. Races 4, 5, and 6 will go as programmed. No changes. Races 4, 5, or 6. In race number 7, number 8, Just Call Me Pete. Well, don't have to call him anything. He's scratched. Race 7, scratch number 8, Just Call Me Pete. And races 8 through 11, no changes. No changes, races 8 through 11. Once again, no changes, races 1 or 2. for race number 1 is on parade 1, Crosscut Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and SSG Stables. And number 2 is Howie's Man, Samuel Fillion for Daniel Delude and Christine Demignon. Number 3 is Talk to Me Artie, Jay Harris for Craig Bars and Oliver Del Maple Holdings. And 4 is Wildcat Rocky, Stephen Byron for Dale Hurd and Wildcat Stables and Tony Ten Greta. And number 5 is Wise Delight Talamore for Gary McDonald. Number 6, Sailboat Hanover, Brent McDonough, Taylor Fritz, and Robert Woodburn. Number 7 is Whitmere Alvin, Paul Davies for Nathan Selby. 8 is Bugsy McGuire, Damian McClellan for Rachel Andrew and Austin Sorey. And number 9, GA Speed Sammy Scott Culver, Courtney Bishop, and Ron Nobes. Field of 9, race number 1. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number 2, Howie's Man. And, well, Howie's Man is off form currently at Mohawk. The last couple races not going well, but is one that makes now a third start off a bit of a layoff and was a 4-time winner last year as a 4-year-old. And look, it took a mark of 150-2 last year at Mohawk and did earn more than $54,000 in 19 starts. So maybe with the venue change, the class drop, Howie's Man could be the man here as Sammy Fillion for Daniel Delude, 5-1. Number 3, Talk to Me Artie, is also one that's coming in off form. 4 starts at Mohawk, not going well. But just before that, had back-to-back starts here. Non-winners at 3 class, a solid class, and won both of them and has gate speed. Talk to Me Artie. Expect this one to bounce back sharply. 8-1 on the board. I'm surprised at that. Number 4, Wildcat Rocky. Good in each of the last couple and was solid last year. 14 top 2 finishes in 23 starts. Wildcat Rocky is certainly one that can be a big player in here. Wildcat Rocky beaten just a length last time out, and based on what I saw of him last year, I expect him to be a factor. Steve Byron for Dale Hurd. And number 5, YS Delay, drops from the preferred class at London and is one that, well, the last 3 races weren't good, but just before that, March the 13th, beat a preferred class, a purse of $13,000. So that's a much tougher class than here, and was an 8-time winner last year. YS Delight and Talamore for Gary McDonald. This one also you have to look at because of the big class drop. YS Delight is 7-1. But you know the one the fans were all over? Number 6, Sailboat Hanover. And this is one that was sailing late last time out. Mile of 56-2 back half, and 56-2 back half, and a mile of 54-1. A lot of back class on this one, 283,000, and yet is only a 6-year-old, and does have a mark this year at Mohawk. The lone win was 50-4 at Mohawk. So you know that Sailboat Hanover certainly has some credibility. And Taylor Fritz also putting up some strong numbers. Brent McDonald, Taylor Fritz, strong connections. Sailboat Hanover, I left this one off my top 4. That's probably an oversight, but, well, I like the first 4 that I talked about. You can't like them all. Sailboat Hanover starts to the outside of the first 4 we talked about as well, and is currently the 6-5 favorite. But I went with number 2, Howie's Man. lead is rolling for race number 1. Crosscut, Howie's man. Talk to me, Artie, on the inside of the center. Wildcat Rocky and Wise Delight to the outside. Sailboat Hanover. Woodmere Alvin. And Bugsy McGuire, the second tier GA Speed Sammy. Field of 9, race 1. Here they come. There at the start of the rough. Wildcat Rocky, Sailboat Hanover, Bugsy McGuire, and then also getting out well is Howie's man along to the inside. But Wildcat Rocky's got the lead, and Sailboat Hanover is tucked into the pocket. Bugsy McGuire's racing third, is going to take back and find a seat on the inside. In front of Howie's man and Talk to Me Artie. Then it is GA Speed Sammy and Crosscut. Then we've got Wise Delight and Woodmere Alvin on past the opening quarter they go. Wildcat Rocky and Steve Byron's got the lead. 28-1 the opening quarter. Sailboat Hanover is racing second. Bugsy McGuire third. And Howie's man is positioned to fourth and is currently about 5 lengths off the lead. And then it is Talk to Me Artie who angles to the outside and is getting the cover of Howie's man who took out from fourth. Racing sixth is GA Speed Sammy. Then it is back further to Crosscut. Then Wise Delight and Woodmere Alvin. And it is Wildcat Rocky being tested now by Howie's man. Halftime 58 seconds off the 28-1 opening quarter. Sailboat Hanover still sailing along in the pocket. And Talk to Me Artie is racing second over and is about 3.5 lengths from the front. And then racing fifth to the inside is Bugsy McGuire. GA Speed Sammy is sixth. And then seventh is Wise Delight. Then it is back to Crosscut and Woodmere Alvin. Wildcat Rocky leads as they race the backstretch with Howie's man trying to close on Wildcat Rocky, who's Duggan Gamely. Sailboat Hanover has reclaimed second. Howie's man may have flattened out and rolling off cover. G8 Speed Sammy gets out 3 wide. Bugsy McGuire scooting up the inside. Talk to Me Artie weakens a bit and then Crosscut is out wide. Scooting through to the inside is Wise Delight and Woodmere Alvin is trailing the field. Wildcat Rocky, Sailboat Hanover, and down the inside Bugsy McGuire on down the stretch where they come. Wildcat Rocky to the finish. Wildcat Rocky is your winner, taking it over Sailboat Hanover. Then third is between Wise Delight and Bugsy McGuire. 155-2. Wildcat Rocky. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race 1. It's number 4, Wildcat Rocky. The winning drive to Stephen Byron. Wildcat Rocky's a 4-year-old. He's watching Bay Gelding, owned by Wildcat Stables in 2010. Greta. Dale Hurd is the trainer. First win this year and the 10th win lifetime for Wildcat Rocky. Mile of 155-2. The first race payouts for Wildcat Rocky 1280 510 320. Six Sailboat at Hanover 332.65. YS Delight 480. $2 exactor 47.90. The dollar try 126.90. Dollar super 1740.85. The first race order of finish from the top 698 132 745. That's 698 132 745 on the bottom. Field for the second. On parade. 1, Troubles Bruin, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and David Mercer. And number 2 is Carson's Royalty, Jay Havers for Courtney Robson and Natalie Sagan. Number 3, Time Stand Still, Travis Cullen for Sean Arnott and Joe Tonelli. 4 is Tactical Seals to Brett Madonna for Gerard Demers and Jean Merois. Number 5 is Better Hold On Tight. It's Paul McKenzie for Ben Wallace and Terry Krawick. And number 6 is Trouble with the Curve, Travis Henry for Doug Bowens and Brian Scott. And number 7 is Red Hot Redemption, Aaron Byron for Louis F. Timiadis and Hardy F. Timiadis. Let's get a look at this field for race number 2, and well, we'll start with number 1, Troubles of Bruin, 1 to 2 on the board, and one that made a first start off a long layoff here last time out and fired to the front. Just got caught right at the finish, but still, that was a very fine performance. Good mile of 56 and 1, came home in 28 seconds. Troubles of Bruin now gets the inside, so should be able to get out to the lead a little early, easier if that's the plan, than leaving from post 6 last about. And Troubles of Bruin is now making a second start of the year, and it just all looks like it adds up to a win. 1 to 2 on the board. Number 5, Better Hold On Tight. Well, gets away from Mohawk to try things here. Is currently off form. Earlier in the meet, at least, did put up a second in 56 and 4 at Mohawk, and had a third there as well from a tough post. One that hasn't been flashing any gate speed and has been racing from off the pace. Better Hold On Tight, Paul McKenzie for Ben Wallace is 2 to 1. Number 3, Time Stand Still. Well, 3 starts at Mohawk, and it just didn't work out well. A 6th, a 9th, and 5th with broken equipment, so now we'll change venues. Did race in 56 and 2 last race, but I think the venue change could get Time Stand Still going a bit at least. 9 to 1, Travis Cullen for Sean Arnott. And number 6, Trouble with the Curve, is one that's got just a couple of third place finishes in 7 career starts, but is one that well, maybe can be good enough to get onto the ticket. You do see a bit of speed here. You see a 59 and 2 back in February, and also raced at Mohawk in 57 and 3. Trouble with the Curve, Travis Henry, changing venues to here the last couple of starts, but just didn't get rolling. Maybe this start here. Doug Bowen sends this one out 13 to 1 on the board with Travis Henry driving. Gate is rolling for race number 2. Troubles Brewing. Carson's Royalty on the inside. In the center, Time Stand Still. Tactical Seals are in Better Hold On Tight. And to the outside, Trouble with Curve and Red Hot Redemption. Field of 7, race number 2. They're into the stretch drive, gathering speed approaching the start. They're at the start of the rough. Time stands still. Troubles Bruin. And then Trouble with the Curve and Red Hot Redemption and Tactical Sealster. And then it is Carson's Royalty and Better Hold On Tight is back trailing the field. Time stands still. Isn't standing still early. Is driven right out to take the lead. And is in front by 2.5. Troubles Bruin is second. Tactical Sealster third. Then Carson's Royalty. And Trouble with the Curve and Better Hold On Tight. Red Hot Redemption is back trailing the field. Time stands still. Leads it with Troubles Bruin racing second. Tactical Sealster third. Then about 5 lengths to Carson's Royalty. And Trouble with the Curve and Better Hold On Tight. And Red Hot Redemption. And the field races on around the turn. Time stands still. Travis Cullen leads it. Troubles Bruin is still 2 lengths in arrears. Racing position second. Tactical Sealster third. Then Carson's Royalty and Trouble with the Curve and back to Better Hold On Tight. And Red Hot Redemption is trailing the field. On past the half, 58 and 1 halftime. And time stands still. The lead now is down to just a length and a half over Troubles Bruin. Tactical Sealster is racing third. Then a gap of 4, Carson's Royalty. And Trouble with the Curve and Better Hold On Tight. On down the back stretch they go. Time stands still. Still the one to beat. Troubles Bruin is second. Tactical Sealster now has moved out, but now closing up from the pocket. Troubles Bruin has popped out, and Troubles Bruin down is coming on quickly, and Troubles Bruin has moved up and taken the front off stride. Tactical Sealster, time stands still, is now second. Troubles Bruin leads it by 2.5 lengths. Time stands still, then Tactical Sealster, and fourth is Better Hold On Tight. Then Carson's Royalty and Trouble with the Curve up that 3/4, 127 and 4. It's all Troubles Bruin living up to the heavy billing as they come on to the finish. Troubles Bruin is going to win it and take it over Tactical Sealster. Time stands still third. Better Hold On Tight fourth. Mile of 157 and 2. Troubles Bruin. Fans think Clavery Sound will go up pertaining to the break and stride of number 4, Tactical Sealster, at about the 3/4. Back in front of us, the winner of race number 2, One Troubles Bruin. Anthony Hahn is the winning driver. A 3-year-old Better Than Cheddar Bay colt, owned by Anthony Beaton and David Mercer. Anthony Beaton's the trainer. First win, Troubles Bruin. Fans note the judge's ruling that number 4, Tactical Sealster, failed to continuously lose ground while off stride. Number 4, Tactical Sealster, as we see, going off stride right there. The judge's ruling failed to continuously lose ground while off stride and would be placed back from second to third. The new top 4 will be 1, 3, 4, 5. That's 1, 3, 4, 5. The second race payouts: 1, Troubles a Bruin, 210, 210, 210. 3, Time Stand Still, 410, 234. Tactical Sealster, 210. $2 exactor, $740 rise, $17. Dollar Super, $36.95. And note the double of 4 and 1 pays on a $2 ticket, $17.30. Here is the second race or her finish from the top. 1 5, 3 place 2, 2 place 3, 4 6 7. That is 1 5 2 3 4 6 7. Field for the third is on parade. One, Mike Ron, Paul McKenzie for Gary Anderson, and Ron Ash and Mike McLaughlin. Number two is Chief Corleone, Jason Ryan for Jack Moisev and High Stakes Incorporated. And number three is PH Jim, Colin Kelly for Ryan Lee, and Edward Gork. Number five is Speedy Blinders, Samuel Fillion for George Graham. Four is Everyone's Hero, Damian McClellan for Robert Kyle Fellows. And number six, Play the Brush, Jay Harris for Pat Houdon and Warren Casely. And number seven, Macalco, Brett Medina for Louis F. Timiatis and Hardy F. Timiatis. Matthew Hardy F. Timiatis. Number eight is Bring Your Fire, Scott Calder for Dean Nixon. And nine is Easy Peasy, Travis Henry for Brian Lee and Len Christopher. It's a field of nine, race number three. Let's get a look at this field for the third dash. And, well, we're going to start with number two, Chief Corleone. And Chief Corleone is my chief selection here in the third race. And, well, last couple races at Mohawk, especially the last one, the end result wasn't good, but it was a mile of 54-1 and did have a 55-2 back half. And when we last saw this one racing here, he was racing consistently well and was competitive and gets off the gate nicely. And Chief Corleone in the non-winners at two class had a couple of thirds and a fourth here out from post position two. I think Chief Corleone has a good shot in here. 2-1, Jason Ryan for Jackie Moe. Number nine, Easy Peasy, is one that's coming in off of second, beaten a length, and that was a solid effort. Has a win in a couple of seconds in just 5 starts this year, and last year was 3 for 3 in the top three as a 3-year-old. Easy Peasy. Well, the trailer post won't make it easy, and that's why I didn't take this one on top. Certainly, if Easy Peasy had an equal post to Chief Corleone, I think I'd have gone that way, but I didn't. 4-5 is the price. Number 8, Bring Your Fire, post 8, and off a 9th place finish at Mohawk in 53-4, but is one that certainly could be good in here. You see, this one was racing really well here in this class in February and then made a break. Bring Your Fire and Scotty Coulter is currently on the board at right now 6-1. And one more to take a look at here is number 3, PH Jim. It is Colin Kelly for Brian Lee. And the last race, post 7, didn't go well, but gets a better post position. This one won back-to-back maidens back in earlier part of March. So PH Jim could be a solid bounce-back candidate. And PH Jim is currently on the board right now at 6-1. Fans have now gone to number 2, Chief Corleone, 8-5, as a slight favorite over 9. Easy Peasy at 5-2. The gate is rolling for race number 3. Shaking up their positions, Mike Ron, Chief Corleone, and PH Jim on the inside. In the center, Everyone's Hero, Speedy Blinders. To the outside, Play the Rush, Macalco, and Bring Your Fire. And the second tier, Easy Peasy. The field for the third is at the start of the rough. Everyone's hero, Chief Corleone, and PH Jim driving with Play the Rush as they fire into the turn, but Chief Corleone is able to grab the early lead. Then it is PH Jim and Everyone's hero. Play the Rush is racing fourth. McCalco is on the outside to the inside. Speedy Blinders, Easy Peasy is seventh, and then Bring Your Fire, Microns trailing the field. Chief Corleone leads on heading up to the opening quarter. Chief Corleone has a lead of a length and 3/4 right now as they race their way on past the opening quarter in 27-4. PH Jim racing second, Everyone's hero third. Then it is back to Play the Rush and Speedy Blinders and McCalco. Then it is Easy Peasy and Bring Your Fire and trailing Micron. And the field works their way on around the turn. Chief Corleone and Jason Ryan has the lead. Chief Corleone on top. PH Jim is second. Everyone's hero angles to the outside to come first over. And Play the Rush is racing second over fourth. Speedy Blinders is fifth. And then sixth is Easy Peasy. Then McCalco. Bring Your Fire and Micron. 58-3 halftime. And a 30-4 second panel breather into the backstretch. Chief Corleone leads by 3 lengths right now. Sharing second, PH Jim and Everyone's hero. And fourth is Speedy Blinders. Then Play the Rush is fifth, but about 7 or 8 lengths from the front. That is McCalco to the inside. Easy Peasy. And back to Bring Your Fire, but Chief Corleone is putting on a show right now. Leads by 4. Chief Corleone, PH Jim is second. Everyone's hero racing third. From the backfield starting to close is Bring Your Fire. And now taking over third, Speedy Blinders is fourth is Everyone's hero. And then it is McCalco and Bring Your Fire, but Chief Corleone is gone on the field. 3/4, 127-3. And it is Chief Corleone and Jason Ryan. Sharp all the way to the finish. The battle is on for second. PH Jim tries to hold on to second and will do so. Then third was Speedy Blinders. And then McCalco, 157-3. Chief Corleone. Back in front of us, the winner of race number 3. It is number 2, Chief Corleone. Jason Ryan's the winning driver of 4-year-old Sunshine Beach. The gelding of a High Stakes Incorporated and LSC Stables. Jack Moiseev's the trainer. Second win this year in lifetime for Chief Corleone. The third race payouts number 2, Chief Corleone, 410 to 82.30. Number 3, PH Jim, $10 610. And number 5, Speedy Blinders, 12.40. The $2 exactor, 48.30. Dollar try, 447.35. And the 20-cent super, 1926.71. Fans recently harness racing lost two of its cherished participants, Gerard Whalen and Kent Baker. Gerard Whalen passed away last Tuesday at the age of 67. Gerard is brother to longtime racing participants Walter and Jim Whalen, and uncle to Mike and Garrett Whalen. The Whalens have a long history of racing at Flamboro Downs. The native of PEI loved the horses, as well as golf and family, and was a loving friend to many. On Friday, April 7th, we also lost trainer, owner, and breeder Kent Baker of Collingwood. Kent was also a director of OHA. He was 80 years of age at his passing and is survived by his wife of 59 years, Anne, his children Shelley and Rick, and sister Nancy. Kent Baker will be sadly missed by his many nieces, nephews, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Kent had many friends and business associates, and they will greatly miss his love of life, loyalty, and generosity. We now ask that you please pause for a moment of silence in memory of Gerard Whalen and Kent Baker. We thank you. Flamboro Downs and its horsemen and horsewomen would like to extend their deepest sympathies to the family and friends of Gerard Whalen and Kent Baker. The third race, so we're finished in the top. 912-637-4458. 912-637-458 on the bottom. For race number 4 is on parade. 1 is Aragonite, Jeffrey Hunt for Patrick Hunt. Number 2 is PLK Sadia, Jason Ryan for Katie Huskinson and Princely Acres. Number 3 is Lions Brush Marks, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and 3 Lions Racing. Number 4, I Ain't No Mac, Aaron Byron for Tony Tangretta. And 5 is Cheddar du Hurrah, Louis Gurriel for Denny Gurriel. Number 6, Perfect Time, Sylvain Lacaille for Kelly Duval Lacaille, and Sylvain is the owner. And number 7 is Fablo, Brett Medina for Gerard Demers. Number 8 is Greystone Adrian, Travis Henry for Bill Budden, Aaron Waxman, and David Jarvis. It's a field of 8. It's race number 4. Let's get a look at this field, and we're going to start with number 4, I Ain't No Mac, who's 5-2 on the board. 4 starts this year, 3 of them top 3 finishes, each of the last 3 starts, and has raced really well, almost won, second beaten in nose back here in latter part of March. I Ain't No Mac, I give that one a slight edge in here. I Ain't No Mac and Aaron Byron certainly has looked good, 5-2. Number 1, Aragonite. Well, made a break last time out, but if you go back to the start before that, was a winner in the maiden class, and so has had 2 starts. One made a break and one the other one. If he can stay flat, inside post should be a factor. Aragonite is 8-1 on the board. Number 2, PLK Sadia, beaten just half a length last race, made the front from post 7, now gets post position 2. You got to love the fact that this one's got a couple of runner-up finishes and a third in 3 starts this year, so certainly has been racing well. Better post position should be a big factor. Even money on the board. And number 6, Perfect Time, is one that's been a consistent fringe player of late. Hasn't won in 28 starts, but has been right there in the hunt for a share each of the last bunch of races. And Perfect Time and Sylvain Lacaille for Kelly Duval Lacaille is 12-1 on the board. The 4th race to go to post shortly. First period's over. Maple Leaf 3, Tampa Bay nothing. I'm back on the bandwagon. When's the parade? is rolling for race number 4, a field of 8 into the stretch drive. Here they come. There at the start of the rough, I Ain't No Mac leaves with PL Quesadilla. Then it is Lions Brush Marks as they race their way on around the turn. But right now, the early lead belongs to I Ain't No Mac by 2.25. PL Quesadilla is racing second off stride Aragonite and impacting Greystone Adrian. Lions Brush Marks is third. Then fourth is Perfect Time and fifth is Fablo. And on they roll to the opening quarter. And with the lead right now, I Ain't No Mac, PL Quesadilla second, Lions Brush Marks third, 29-4 is the opening quarter, and then Perfect Time is fourth, and Fablo is racing fifth, and then as they work on around the turn, it is back to Cheddar Du Hurrah, and Greystone Adrian, and way back is Aragonite, and they race their way off the turn. They come on towards this I Ain't No Mac and Aaron Byron, controlling things as they head up to the half off that 29-4 opening quarter, looking for a bit of a breather here. And it is right now Ain't No Mac 2.25 length lead at the half in 1:03, 30-4 second panel, and they roll to the 5/8. Racing position second on into the backstretch is PL Quesadilla. PL Quesadilla about 3.25 lengths off the lead. Fablo now has moved up and taken over third. Lions Rush Marks is fourth, and then fifth is Perfect Time. And Cheddar Du Hurrah broke stride the race on to 3/4. I Ain't No Mac with a lead of about 2.25. PL Quesadilla now moves up a little closer. 3/4 up next, 1:30-3. I Ain't No Mac and PL Quesadilla and Fablo on the outside third. Lions Rush Marks fourth, and Perfect Time is racing fifth as they work their way on towards the top of the stretch off that 3/4, 1:30-3. And it is I Ain't No Mac and PL Quesadilla, and Lions Brush Marks now is third. I Ain't No Mac is pouring it on in the lane, and I Ain't No Mac leads by about 3.5 lengths and wins it over PL Quesadilla. Lions Brush Marks and then Perfect Time, 1:59-4. Back in front of us is the winner of race number 4. It's number 4, I Ain't No Mac, a 3-year-old Sweet Lou Brown Colt. The winning drive to Aaron Byron. Aaron solves to the trainer and shares an ownership with Tony Tangoretta. I Ain't No Mac's first win. The fourth race payouts: 4-8 Nomac, 410, 230, and 210, 2 PL Quesadilla, 290, and 210 and 3 Lions, Rush Marks, 280, $2 Exactor, 10, $40 Rye, 14, $70 Super, 79.90. And the dollar pick, 3 of 3, $7.60. The fourth race, order finished from the top, 823-16457. That is 823-16457 on the bottom. Field for race number 5 on parade 1. Perfect Rolo Sylvain Lakai for Kelly Duval Lakai. And number 2 is Savoie du Roi, Jason Wright for Mike White Nioski and Tara Isman and Garrett Isman. And number 3, Betting on the Beach, Jay Harris for Pat Hudon and Warren Casely. And number 4 is Payline, Travis Henry for Steve Charlton and Roderick Gillis. 5 is Tory Time, Colin Kelly for Joe Squires and Bobby Weinhold Harris. And number 6, Don't Poke the Bear, Paul McKenzie for Ken Middleton Jr. and David Walls and James Grant. 7 is Up Joey's Credit, Brett McDonough for Jacob Roberts and James Woods. Number 8 is The Colt, Scotty Coulter for Scott West. Field of 8, race number 5. Let's get a look at this field for this 5th race. Features the start of the pick 3, and we're going to start with number 2, Savoie du Roi. And, well, gets a better post position for this start. 3 races ago. Used post 4 to go to the front and win, and that was in this class. Since then, the last couple not as good, but one of them a first-up trip and the other a trip at Mohawk, but 52-2 last race mile. And look at after that, 29-2 opening quarter. 3 strong quarters for Savoie du Roi after that. So Savoie du Roi with the post advantage over my next one. I think can maybe get the job done. 4-1 on the board. Number 8, the Colt, has drawn poorly, but it really doesn't matter that much because the Colt races from off the pace, and won last amount, was 6th by almost 9 lengths at the quarter last race, and yet won here. That was in this class. A win of a nose, just got up at the finish. The Colt and Scotty Coulter have teamed up well for trainer Scott West, who's put up some strong numbers. 8-1, certainly a price worth taking a flyer. Number 6, Don't Poke the Bear. You see that mile of 51-4, March the 4th at Mohawk. That jumps off the page. And one that raced here last race. Now, left from post 8 and never really got into the mile until late, but certainly did come home a good back half and was flying late, beaten 2 3/4. If Don't Poke the Bear is a little bit closer in the early going, just should have a good chance to maybe be a top 3, maybe even come by them all and get the job done. Don't Poke the Bear, Paul McKenzie for Ken Middleton Jr. is currently the 1-2 favorite. And number 3, Betting on the Beach, beaten just a length and 3/4 last race, did a lot of work early, tailed off a little bit in the late going, but not badly. So Betting on the Beach is one that maybe you could take a bet on at 12-1 because raced pretty well here last race. Field of 8, race number 5. The fans are on number 6, Don't Poke the Bear. 3-5. Well, I'm poking the bear. I took 2 Savoie du Roi, 4-1. Field 4, race number 5, with their positions of field of 8 approaching the top of the stretch. Here they come. And the field for the 5th race is at the start. And they're off. Betting on the Beach will leave with Perfect Rolo and Savoir du Roi. And then Payline, they sprint on into the first turn. Perfect Rolo uses post one to grab the early lead. Then Savoir du Roi, Betting on the Beach and Payline. And then it is back to Tory Line, Tory Time, and Don't Poke the Bear, and up Joey's Credit. And the Colt is trailing the field. They got away in program order. Perfect Rolo and Sylvain Decay with the lead. Savoir du Roi is currently racing second. Betting on the Beach is third. Then Payline and Tory Time and Don't Poke the Bear. Up Joey's Credit, and the Colt is trailing. 28-1 opening panel. And they work their way off the turn, heading towards the half. Perfect Rolo and Sylvain Decay. Savoir du Roi is racing second. Betting on the Beach, and now popping out. Payline's going to come first over. Tory Time to the outside. Also, Don't Poke the Bear is moved out. Up Joey's Credit, and the Colt is still back trailing the field. And they work their way on past the half in 58-1. Perfect Rolo leads at a length and a half over Savoir du Roi as they work their way into the backstretch. And Payline on the outside now has come on to take over second. Payline's closing ground against Perfect Rolo. Savoir du Roi is on the inside, and now Tory Time is sent out 3 wide as they race on down the backstretch. Payline has come on now and taken a slim lead, but there goes Tory Time, and Tory Time now has come on. Tory Time has taken the front, and now racing second. Payline. Don't Poke the Bear is out 3 wide to the inside. Perfect Rolo. Savoir du Roi still blocked on the inside, and then it is the Colt and Betting on the Beach, and back to the trailer up Joey's Credit, and the field turns for home, and Tory Time and Colin Kelly with the front. Payline's racing position to second as they work their way onto the finish, and Tory Time is going to win it and take it by about 2.5 or 3. Then it was Payline finishing third. Don't Poke the Bear, and then it looked like the Colt. 156-3. Back in front of us, number 5, Tory Time. Colin Kelly, the winning drive. Tory Time's a 4-year-old Peng Shu Bay gelding, owned by Bobby Weinhold Harris and trained by Joe Squires. It's the 3rd win this year, 6th lifetime for Tory Time. The fifth race payouts 5 Tory time. 13.80, $6 and $6 for pay line. 5.30 and $4 and 6 don't poke the bear. 2.80. $2 exactor is 78.30. Dollar try 145.65. Dollar super 832.90. And the dollar pick 551.90. The fifth race saw her finish from the top 65821 374. That's 65821 374 on the bottom. field for the 6th on Parade 1. Thank you very much, Bo Brown, for Chad Hill and Scott McFadden. Number 2, Mac the Knife, Scott Coulter for Chris Kane. Number 3, Our Thinking Monster, James Bailey for Isaac Waxman and Maureen Taylor. And 4 is EA's Ideal, Jay Harris for Jen Rankin and Brenda Rankin. 5 is Moxcelerator, Jason Ryan for Ronnie Dauld and Madsen Dauld and Marnie Dauld. Number 6 is Prince Adaran, Brent McDonough for Tom Janot and Barbara Bryan. Number 7, Sir Lucknow, Ryan DeRoche for Kim Smith and Seymour Hill. And the brand is Nassau Hanover, Samuel Filia for Jason Sherman and Burton Betty Sherman. 9 is Treasures Pirates, Sylvain Lekai for Erica Wilson and Don Leshy. Field of 9, race number 6. Let's get a look at this field for race number 6. And the first one we'll be taking a look at as we look at some of the main players in here will be number 3, Our Thinking Monster, 7-2 on the board, James Bailey driving. And this is a now first start for Isaac Waxman. This is one that makes a first start of the year and did win 5 times last year. Shows a mark of 54. Our Thinking Monster, I'm thinking that sent up by Isaac Waxman. Isaac sends them ready, and the qualifier was pretty good. Our Thinking Monster, 7-2 on the board. Should have a decent chance here in the first start of the year because the qualifier suggests that he's going to be ready to rock. Number 2, Mac the Knife, raced at London last race and closed well. Mile of 58-3. Mac the Knife is one that needs to flash some gate speed, but hasn't had a good post in a while. We'll see if Mac the Knife can get off the gate here. Has a bit of back class. Scotty Coulter driving 6-1 for Chris Kane. Number 1, thank you very much, Bo Brown for Chad Hill. One that's won a couple of times this year, but the recent form hasn't been good, but hasn't had a good post position in a while. The last 2 were posts 6 and 7. Did have a good middle half last time out and then tired out. Thank you very much. Is 2-1 Bo Brown drives. And number 6, Prince Adaram, did improve last race to finish 3rd and now has a couple of 3rds in the past 3 starts. Prince Adaram, 3rd in this class last race, doesn't have a win on the air, but does have 6 top 3s in those 13 starts. Prince Adaran and Brett McDonald for Tom Janot is a longer play at 25-1. I think can get onto the ticket and help it pay. The 6th race went with 3, Our Thinking Monster. Fans are on 4, EA's Ideal, 6-5 as the favorite. Gate is rolling for the 6th. Thank you very much, Mac the Knife, and Our Thinking Monster on the inside. EA's Ideal, Moxcelerator in the center. To the outside, Prince Adaran, Sir Lucknow, and Nassau Hanover. 2nd here, Treasures Pirate. To field of 9, race number 6 there at the start of the rough, and Our Thinking Monster drives up with Prince Adaran as the field sprints on into the turn, and racing 3rd is EA's Ideal. Then it is Moxcelerator, and thank you very much, and Sir Lucknow. Then we've got Treasures Pirate and Mac the Knife, and trailing the field is Nassau Hanover, and the Leafs have scored to go up 4-1, and the field works their way on down the back stretch, and on top is Our Thinking Monster. Prince Adaran Adaran is second, EA's Ideal third. 29 and 1's the opening quarter. Mock Accelerator is racing fourth, and then Thank You Very Much and Sir Luck now as they work on around the turn. Then Treasure's Pirate and Mac the Knife and Nassau Hanover off a quarter at 29 and 1. They've raced their way on up towards the half. Our Thinking Monster has the front right now. James Bailey and Our Thinking Monster leads at a length and a half. Prince Adarana, Brett McDonald in the pocket. EA's Ideal, Jay Harris third. And then racing fourth is Thank You Very Much and Bo Brown. We'll have cover popping up from third. EA's Ideal is quickly sprinting up. Halftime 1 minute and 3/5. A 31 and 2 second panel breather. And it is Our Thinking Monster and EA's Ideal. Into the backstretch to go. Those two dueling now. Prince Adaran is third, but about 3 lengths back. And then it is back to Thank You Very Much and Mock Accelerator and Sir Luck now to the outside. And then for the back, we have Treasure's Pirate, Nassau Hanover. Mac the Knife is trailing the field. Our Thinking Monster for now is turned back. EA's Ideal. Prince Adaran is third. 3/4 129 and 4 as they race their way towards the top of the stretch. Our Thinking Monster has got a lead of about 3 right now. EA's Ideal second. Then Prince Adaran. Sir Luck now in Mock Accelerator. But it is Our Thinking Monster who's monstrously good in the 6th race to take it and win it by about 4 or 5 lengths. And then EA's Ideal's in a place photo with Sir Luck now. Mac the Knife came from last to get fourth. 159 and 3. Our Thinking Monster. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 6. Number 3, Our Thinking Monster, 6-year-old Thinking Out Loud, Brown Gelding. Owned by Maureen Taylor, trained by Isaac Waxman. And the winning drive to James Bailey. Our Thinking Monster scores in his season's debut, 13th lifetime win. Fans note the top four of 3472 is official. We are having a bit of a tote delay, but the numbers 3472 are official. The sixth race payouts 3 are Thinking Monster 610 for 3250. 4 EA's Ideal 550 and 260 and 7 Sir Lucknow 450. $2 Exactor 42.90, dollar Schwab 97.95, dollar Win for 186.25. And the dollar High Five 965.30. The sixth race order finish from the top, 941267358. That is 941267358. field for race number 7 on parade. 1, Touch 'em All Joe, Samuel Filya for Greg Gilmore and Robert and Ron Woodburn. Number 2, JC's Little Man, Brett McDonough for JC Woodburn and Arlene McIntyre. And 3 is Serial Killer, Paul Davies for Nicole Davies. And 4 is Raise U20, Daryl Thiessen for Jason Woodward and Steve Dial. Number 5, Jays and Tigers, Colin Kelly for Rafael Barassa. And number 6, Dusty Lane Morgan, Scott Quiller for Tom Janot. Number 7, Yaws Can Scoot, Steve Byron for Vivian Donnie. 9, Fill the Bank, Jay Harris for Derek Anderson and Nathaniel Thompson. It's a field of 8. Race number 7. Let's get a look at some of the main players here in this 7th race. We're going to start with number 5, Jays and Tigers. Jays and Tigers, well, it's that strong connection. Colin Kelly and Rafael Barassa. Now, raced just okay at best last time out, but I want to go back to this one and give them a shot here. The start before that was beaten just half a length, and Jays and Tigers just 1 win in 11 starts on the year, but 5 out of 11 in the top 3. But Colin Kelly, Rafael Barassa, Jays and Tigers, my top choice, 9-2. Number 3, Serial Killer, is off form, but this is the second start off a lengthy layoff, and Serial Killer is one that I think shows enough speed to maybe be a better factor in here. And also raced on the sloppy track last race and from the trailer post and didn't get off the gate. Now has post 3. Paul Davies has put up some solid numbers this year. Serial Killer 13-1. Number 7, Yaws Can Scoot, has been mostly a fringe player, but a consistent fringe player. Likes to fire off the gate. Last race from post 8 got away second. Did stick around for a 4th. Is 5 out of 10 in the top 3 on the year. Yaws Can Scoot and Stephen Byron 9-1. And the fans are on 1, Touch 'em All Joe, getting away from Mohawk. But boy, the form is really off. But, well, maybe just the venue change gets him going. 1 win in 32 starts, though, for Touch 'em All Joe. And you got to take this one at 1-5 and one that's 1 win in 32 starts. I shied away from that. But I do understand Touch 'em All Joe getting away from Mohawk and shows the speed to step in here and be very fine. Samuel Filya for Craig Gilmore, 1-5. Gate is rolling for race number 7. It'll be Touch 'em All Joe and JC's Little Man on the inside. In the center, Serial Killer, Raise U20. Jays and Tigers outside, Dusty Lane Morgan, Yaws Can Scoot. The second tier, Fill the Bank. And the field for the 7th race. At the start of the rough, and Serial Killer is going to come out well. Jays and Tigers, Dusty Lane Morgan, JC's a Little Man on the inside. And the field sprints around the first turn, and Serial Killer has got the lead. Jays and Tigers is still racing on the outside, and on the inside, JC's Little Man. Yaws Can Scoot is racing 4th. Then it is Dusty Lane Morgan, Touch 'em All Joe. Raise U20, and trailing the field is Fill the Bank. Serial Killer has got the lead, and Jays and Tigers is parked. On the the inside third. JC's Little Man. Yaz can scoot his racing fourth and fifth is Dusty Lane Morgan. 28-1 the opening quarter. Serial Killer. Jays and Tigers still working overland. JC's Little Man to the inside third. Then Yaz can scoot in Dusty Lane Morgan. Then it is back to Touch 'em All Joe and Raise You 20. And then last is Fill the Bang, but it is Serial Killer and Paul Davies against Jays and Tigers and Call Kelly as they race on past the half. 56-4. Strong half for this class. They hand on by the 5/8, and JC's Little Man is enjoying watching that battle. And then racing fourth, Dusty Lane Morgan now is up a little closer fourth, and now is going to roll out 3 wide. Dusty Lane Morgan is coming on. And then also from the backfield, Raise You 20. Yaz can scoot on the inside. And then it is back to Fill the Bank and Touch 'em All Joe. Serial Killer with the lead. Serial Killer, Dusty Lane Morgan. Dusty Lane Morgan and Serial Killer stride together, 3/4, 127. And then it is JC's Little Man. Jays and Tigers fades into the outside. Raise You 20 on the inside. Yaz can scoot, then Fill the Bank and Touch 'em All Joe. But Dusty Lane Morgan, as they turn for home, leads it by about a length and a quarter. Dusty Lane Morgan is going to dust the field in the 7th race and take it by about 2 or 3 lengths. And Serial Killer will be second. JC's Little Man third. And then it was Raise You 20. 157-3. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race 7, number 6, Dusty Lane Morgan. Scotty Coulter, the winning driver for Tom Janot, who's the trainer and owner. 5-year-old Ameripan Gigolo Bay Gelding. Second win this year, 5th lifetime, Dusty Lane Morgan. The 7th race payouts: 6 Dusty Lane Morgan, 31-30, 11-30, 623. Serial Killer, 453.70. And 2 JC's Little Man, 480. $2 exactor, 139.60. Dollar try, 490.60. And the dollar super, 3,095.35. And the dollar pick 3 of 3, 715.15. The seventh race order finish from the top 832-471-5 scratch 6. That's 832-471-5 scratch 6. Field 4, race number 8 on Parade 1, Dally Delight, represented for J.C. Woodward and Arlene McIntyre. Number 2 is Reaganomics, Anthony Huntford, Gerard Demers, and Sylvain Fontaine. Number 3 is Wonderful World, Paul McKenzie for Todd Clements and David Sheehan. Number 4 is Royal Blush, Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh and Hut Racing. 5 is Mean Irene, Braden Ribling, drives and trains and owns. Number 6, JMR Sporty Mel, Colin Kelly for Harold Wilson and JMR Racing. Number 7, Brienne the Beauty, Sylvain Lacaille for Eric Wilson. Number 8 is Bonnie Sunshine, Jay Harris for Ken Oliver and Ice Racing of Pefferlaw. 9 is Millie's Million, Jason Ryan for Julie Walker and Dr. John Bradbury. Field of 9, race number 8 starts the late pick 4. Let's get a look at some of the main players in this dash. And when they start with number 1, Dally Delight, the last couple were not good post positions and it didn't work out well. But Dally Delight, who has excellent gate speed, now gets to the inside. And if you go back 3 races ago, fired to the front and raced really well before just getting caught at the finish. And the start before that made the front from post 7 and almost wired the field. So we did have a couple of really fine performances here before those last 2. Now gets back to the inside. I think Dally Delight will not be dilly-dallying around early. He's going to fire Brett McDonald for J.C. Woodward. I expect a strong performance here and a chance to score a second career win and a first in a couple of seasons. 9-5. Number 9, Millie's Million, is one that was a strong earner last year and now makes a second start for Julie Walker. That last race was at Mohawk, claimed from Mohawk and tried racing Mohawk last race to finish 8th. So now we'll try things here, a place where she's had plenty of success. Jason Ryan driving. Millie's Million, 8-5 favorite, and should be able to get a trip as Dally Delight is likely going to fire early. Royal Blush did win 5 out of 20 starts last year, but doesn't have a win this year. Raced better last race, though. Maybe could build off of that and was good here 3 races ago. Left from post 8, went to the front, and was really sharp all the way to the finish, beating a length and a half. Royal Blush and Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh. I think is the main player in this race, and is 4-1. And number 5, Mean Irene, well, is getting a lot of love, and might be slightly overdoing it, but drops in class and was 4th last race against Tougher. So Mean Irene, Braden Ribling, 2-1. Not a good price. Mean Irene is a co-favorite at 2-1, but the class drop is getting the attention. Gate is rolling for race number 8. Taking up their positions, Dally Delight, Reaganomics, and Wonderful World on the inside. Royal Blush, Mean Irene in the center. To the outside, JMR Sporty Mel, Brienne the Beauty, and Bonnie Sunshine, and the second tier, Millie's Million. Field of 9, race number 8. They're at the start of the rough, and Wonderful World and Royal Blush drive home. Dally Delight, JMR Sporty Mel. On around the turn they go, and with the early lead, Wonderful World. Wonderful World, Royal Blush second. Dally Delight on the inside. JMR Sporty Mel is third. Then Dally Delight is racing fourth as part of the early action. Then it is back to Reaganomics and Millie's Million. And then Mean Irene and the trailing pair, Brienne the Beauty and Bonnie Sunshine. And they race their way past the opening quarter in 28 and 4. Wonderful World and Paul McKenzie has the front. Royal Blush, Travis Henry second. Jamar Sporty Mel and Colin Kelly still parked third. Dally Delight and Brett McDonald is on the inside fourth in front of Reaganomics, and then Millie's Million has moved down as they race off the turn. Also traveling to the outside is Mean Irene, then it's back to Brienne the Beauty, and Bonnie Sunshine is trailing the field. On past the half, Wonderful World leads at a length and a half, 58 and 1 the halftime, a 29 and 2 second panel, and on into the backstretch they go, racing second. Royal Blush is keeping a watch on Wonderful World. Jim, our Sporty Mel, shares third with Dally Delight. Millie's Million is moving up and is three wide and coming on and popping into the pocket. Royal Blush wants to tackle Wonderful World right now. Wonderful World leads at a length. Royal Blush second. Millie's Million is getting closer, and Dally Delight on the inside has moved up tighter on the back of Wonderful World, and Reaganomics is fifth, and then Mean Irene is kicking in, and then Brienne the Beauty and GMR Sporty Mel and Bonnie Sunshine, three quarters, 128 and 2. Wonderful World as they're about to turn from Millie's Million chipping away. Dally Delight looking for the passing lane, and Royal Blush on down the stretch ride they come. Wonderful World up Mackenzie Lane is Dally Delight. Millie's Million in the center. Millie's Million has got a motor on by and win it. And then second is between Mean Irene and Dally Delight, and then Wonderful World. 158 and 4. There's look at number 9, Millie's Million. Jason Ryan, the winning drive, and Millie's Million, 5-year-old Umbro Baylor Bay Mare. Owned by Dr. John Bradbury, Julie Walker, the trainer. Fourth win this year, a 22nd lifetime, Millie's Million. 8 threes payouts, 9 millies, million, 680, 370, 310, 5 Minarine, 482.81, Daily Delight, 310. $2 exactor, 38.70. Dollar dry, 78.35. Dollar super, 996.50. Eighth race so for a finish from the top down is a 364-829-571. That's 364-829-571. Field for the ninth on Parade 1, Blake Sage and Ryan DeRoche for Jody Cullen and Wayne McCrae. Number 2, Sports Section, Talbot for Francis Guillemette and Stefan Joffrey. And 3, Delightful Leader, Jay Harris for Melissa Flamboro. 5 is Last Call Jerome, Brent McDonough for Ruth Moore and James Hasty. Number 4 is Feisty Like Fire, Jason Ryan for Brett Lester and Rebecca Williamson. Number 6, Catch Me on the Beach, Paul McKenzie for Rod Boyd and Brett McLennan and Glenn Bechtel. And number 7, Serious Mojo, Jeffrey Hunt for Patrick Hunt. Jeffrey shares in ownership. 8 is High Net, Daryl Thiessen for Jim Skellhorn Jr. Field of 8, race number 9. Well, fans, let's look at this field and my best bet on the night. Well, not much of a bet. 2 to 5 on the board for Sports Section. Now, only one win in the past 26, but is dropping down in class and does show racing at 52 and 4 last time out. And overall, I think is one that's proven on the half-mile track at Yonkers and should be pretty good in here. It is set up by a strong barn that of Francis Guillemette in Sports Section and Tyler Moore. I think has the speed to dominate in here. That's why you're looking at 1 to 2 on the board. 1, Blake's Agent, though. If there's one that is a logical challenger, Blake's Agent was second in each of the last couple and second in this class last time out by a nose. And that was after coming first up and leaving out of post 6. Now gets the inside and is sent up by Jody Cullen, strong barn, Blake's Agent, and Ryan DeRoche, 12 to 1. Number 6, Catch Me on the Beach, is 16 to 1 on the board and was good last race, beaten just 3/4 of a length. Catch Me on the Beach could catch a top 3 finish here. Paul McKenzie for Rod Boyd is 16 to 1. And number 3, Delightful Leader, 7 to 2 is the second choice right now. Delightful Leader does show some 54 speed racing at Mohawk before 55 and 1 last month. Good 26 and 4 final quarter in that last start, as well as 3 races ago. Delightful Leader, 4 top 2 finishes in 10 starts on the year. Jay Harris for Melissa Flamboro. Delightful Leader, 7 to 2. The gate is rolling for race number 9. Blake's Agent, the Sports Section on the inside. In the center, Delightful Leader, Feisty Like Fire, Last Call Jerome. To the outside, Catch Me on the Beach and Serious Mojo. And High Net. It's a field of 8 for race number 9. Field for the 9th race. At the start of the rough, Feisty Like Fire is going to leave with Blake's Agent in Sports Section. Last Call Jerome and High Net. Field charges into the first turn. Sports Section dueling to take the lead from Blake's Agent. It is Sports Section who's coming on. Leads it by a length now. Sports Section's going to clear to the front. Blake's Agent is second. Feisty Like Fire third. Then Delightful Leader and Last Call Jerome. Catch Me on the Beach. And trailing the field is High Net, and they race their way on to the opening opening quarter. And fronting the field is right now sports section by a length and 3/4 off a 28-3 opening quarter. And racing second is Blake's Agent, Feisty Like Fire third. Then Delightful Leader and Last Call Jerome. Catch Him on the Beach and High Net. And Serious Mojo with a break is way back trailing the field. They race off the turn. They come on towards us. Sports section in Tullamore leads the charge up to the half with Blake's Agent in the pocket. Here comes Delightful Leader now, moving with authority on the outside. And Last Call Jerome spotted second over fourth, 58-3 halftime. Feisty Like Fire is racing fifth, and then it is High Net and Catch Me on the Beach, but it's still sports section, who leads on down the backstretch. Has a lead of about 2 lengths. Delightful Leader now has moved up to take over second. Blake's Agent inside third. And then Last Call Jerome is racing on the outside fourth. Feisty Like Fire is fifth on the inside. And then it is High Net and Catch Me on the Beach. And on by 3/4, 127-3. Sports section is still freewheeling it on top. And Delightful Leader is racing second. Blake's Agent third. And then fourth is Last Call Jerome. On down the stretch drive they come, and sports section with no urging leads confidently as they come to the finish. Sports section's going to take it. Delightful Leader will finish second. Then third is between Blake's Agent and Last Call Jerome. 156-1 sports section. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race 9, it's number 2 sports section. The winning drive to Tyler Moore. Sports section, a 4-year-old sports rider, bay horse, owned by Francis Guillemette and Stephane Joffrey. Francis is also the trainer. First win this year, third lifetime. Sports section. Ninth race payouts to sports section, 270, 210, 210. 3 Delightful Leader, 240, 210. 5 Last Call Jerome, $6. $2 exactor, $5. Dollar try, 16.30. Dollar super, 62.10. ninth race order finish from the top. 412-53786. That's 412-53786 on the bottom. field on post parade. There is one. Fred's Knight, Stephen Byron for Aaron Byron. Number 2 is Procrastinator, Colin Kelly from Michelle LeBlanc and Keith Castle. Number 3 is Custard's Dungeon, Jason Ryan for Mike White-Nioski and Chris McKenzie. Number 4, Journalistic, Scott Kohler for Jason Sherman and Burton Betty Sherman. 5 is Rock and Roll Shadow, Brett McDonough for Jacob Roberts and Steve Adams. Number 6, Galterio Hanover, Paul McKenzie for Jay Conklin and Percy Jones. And number 7 is Mock Jacobs, Ryan DeRoche for Cam Smith. Field of 7, race number 10 starts the late daily double. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, we're going to start with number 2, Procrastinator, and comes in off of back-to-back wins, has 3 wins and 8 starts on the year. 4-year-old that is rolling nicely right now, and gets away from Mohawk to try things here. Compares well in this class. Colin Kelly for Michelle LeBlanc, 4-5, the one to beat. Number 3, Custard's Dungeon, shows a good form, has been racing consistently well since the latter part of February. Doesn't have a win yet on the air, but certainly should be a top 3 factor. Custard's Dungeon is 7-2. Number 6, Galterio Hanover, is one that took a lot of action last time out and yet finished 5th. Raced well, but tired off a little bit in the late going. But I expect Galterio Hanover to come back because Galterio Hanover has been really good this year. Galterio Hanover, Paul McKenzie for Jane Conklin, 15-1. And number 1, Fred's Knight is 8-1 on the board. Fred's Knight, well, went all the way on top against the lesser field last race at London to win going away. So now moves up and will be a first start for Aaron Byron. Had been with Dale Hurd and then a start with Jared Mann. Fred's Knight, Steve Byron for Aaron Byron is 8-1. Gate is rolling for race number 10. Fred's Knight, Procrastinator on the inside. In the center, Custard's Dungeon, Journalistic, and Rock and Roll Shadow. On the outside, Galterio Hanover and Mock Jacobs. It's a field of 7 for the 10th dash. And there at the start of the round, Procrastinator, Galterio Hanover, and Mock Jacobs driving into the turn. Then Fred's Knight and Custard's Dungeon. Then Journalistic and Rock and Roll Shadow is trailing the field. Galterio Hanover has got the early lead. Fred's Knight is second. Procrastinator is third. Is only 3 lengths from the lead. Works in front of Mock Jacobs and then Custard's Dungeon and Journalistic. And trailing is Rock and Roll Shadow. Galterio Hanover and Paul McKenzie's got the front. Leads it by a length and a half over Fred's Night. Opening quarter 28-4. And racing third, Procrastinator, 3 1/4 lengths from the lead. Then it is Mock Jacobs and Custard's Dungeon and Journalistic. And Rock and Roll Shadow is trailing. 28-4 the opening quarter. Gal, Cheerio Hanover, and Paul McKenzie on top in the 10th. Fred's Night enjoying the view in the pocket for Steve Byron. And Procrastinator and Colin Kelly has moved out and is working first over in front of Journalistic and Scotty Coulter. Then Mock Jacobs and Ryan DeRoche and Rock and Roll Shadow and Brett McDonald and Custard's Dungeon and Jason Ryan. On into the backstretch they go. Gal, Cheerio Hanover driving on down the backstretch. Procrastinator is getting closer now and is come on and is only about a head off the lead. Procrastinator is dueling with Galterio Hanover. Procrastinator is taken over. Galterio Hanover is racing second. Journalistic sharing third with Fred's Night on the inside. Procrastinator leads it by a length, trying to clear Galterio Hanover. 3/4 127-1. It is Procrastinator. Galterio Hanover is about a length and a quarter back on the inside. Journalistic center of the track. Rock and Roll Shadow is rocking now and then Fred's Night. And then it is back to Mock Jacobs and Custard's Dungeon on down the stretch front they come. Procrastinator. Galterio Hanover up the inside, but Procrastinator's got a win. Rock and Roll Shadow flying late to be second. Then Fred's Night and Galterio Hanover 156-1. Procrastinator. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 10. It's number 2, Procrastinator, 4-year-old Down by the Seaside, Bay Gelding. Colin Kelly, the winning drive. The trainer is Michelle LeBlanc. The owner is Keith Castle, 4th win. This year's 6th lifetime, Procrastinator. The 10th race payouts to Procrastinator pays $380, $340, $255. Rock and Roll Shadow, $470 and $3. And one Fred's Night, $210, $2 exactor, $1330. Try, $132.75. Super, $588.45. The 10th race or finish from the top is a 3176245. That's 3176245. And note the claim of number 2, Procrastinator. The new trainer will be Jay Palaferrani. for race 11 on parade 1, Cyclone Joe, Sylvan Lakai for Kelly DeVal Lakai. Number 2 is choreographer Scott Calder for Scott West. Number 3 is Better Than Spring, Corey Kreiser for Thunder Racing. Number 4, Devil's Peak, Travis Henry for Isaac Waxman and Carmelo Shime. Number 5, P.L. Jackson, Brian DeRoche for Jody Cullen. And number 6, Twin B Powerball, Brett McDonough for Richard Moreau and Gaston Bibeau. And number 7 is Second Bruiser, Jason Wright for Mike White-Nioski and Vern Cochran. Number 8 is Belichick. It's Jay Harris for Rafael Barassa and Francois Morin. And 9 is Springbridge Jim, Colin Kelly for Matt Dupuis and Andrew Moore and Alan Moore and Tommy Godfrey and Charles Farrell. Field of 9, race number 11. Let's get a look at this field for the 11th and final dash. And note it does feature the Super High 5, and we're going to start with number 3, Better Than Spring. Well, dropped substantially in class, and before that last race actually was racing well against tougher ones at Mohawk. And you do see 3 of the last 4 races resulted in miles of 151 and change for Better Than Spring. 14-time winner last year is just a little bit under $600,000 lifetime. An 8-year-old. Better Than Spring is certainly one that should spring in here. 2-1, probably going to drop off of that. Number 2, choreographer, though, certainly raced very well here last race. And look, mile of 53 and 4. That was a strong performance. Back-to-back wins. 3 wins since the middle of March. Choreographer has back class, and 9-2 on the board. Scotty Calder for Scott West. Number 6, Twin B Powerball, is one that was a very good earner last year as a 4-year-old in limited action, 18 starts and yet 51,000. Last couple races at Mohawk weren't good, so it drops down in class, but did race in 51 and 3 last race. Had a 54 and 3 back half. It's just finished 7th because did not get off the gate all that well, and then they went kind of a slow half, or at least a medium half for the class. So coming home in 54 and 3, actually lost ground or didn't make up ground. Twin B Powerball is 5-1. And 5 PL Jackson was a solid second to choreographer here last race. The start before that was a tough trip, parked every step. But if you look at the form, you take that one out, then all top 2 finishes. 5 top 2 finishes in the last 6, and then that trip parked every step from post 7. PL Jackson is one that definitely can be a player. 7-1 seems like a good price. I'm on number 2, Better Than Spring with a class draw. 14-time winner last year. Lot of class. Currently slight favorite at 2-1. Gate is rolling for race number 11. Cyclone Joe, choreographer, Better Than Spring on the inside. In the center, Devil's Peak and PL Jackson. To the outside, Twin B Powerball. Second Bruiser, Belichick. And the second tier, Springbridge Jim. Field of 9, race number 11. Off stride is Twin B Powerball. Has recovered, but needs to move up to the gate. And field is at the start of the round, better than spring and choreographer. And second bruiser to the outside. Then Cyclone Joe. Then Springbridge Jim racing fifth as they work on around the turn. Then it is back to Devil's Peak and PL Jackson. Then Belichick and trailing Twin B Powerball. On down the backstretch they go. Better than spring was able to spring out to a lead of about 2.5 lengths, and choreographer is racing second. Cyclone Joe third. And then it is second Bruiser and Springbridge Jim and Devil's Peak in front of PL Jackson. Then Belichick and Twin B Powerball 28-2 the opening quarter. They work on around the turn. Better than spring leads right now by about a length and 3/4, and choreographer is racing second. Cyclone Joe third as they race off the turn. Second Bruiser is fourth, and then Springbridge Jim and Devil's Peak, PL Jackson, then Belichick and Twin B Powerball. Inquiry sign is up pertaining to the start of this dash, and on into the backstretch they go. Better than spring, the one to beat, but choreographer is right there, staying close in the pocket. And second Bruiser on the outside is racing third as they go into the backstretch. Second Bruiser is getting up a little bit closer now, and then Springbridge Jim has sprung to the outside. Cyclone Joe is only 3 off the lead to the inside. Then back to Devil's Peak and Belichick. They hustle on to 3/4. Better than spring still has the lead. Better than spring, second Bruiser and choreographer the first three. 3/4, 125-4. Better than spring and Corey Chrysler leads it. Second Bruiser is getting closer. Springbridge Jim has sprung out 3 wide, and choreographer is looking for the passing lane, and then Cyclone Joe and Belichick is kicked in late. They come on down this stretch drive. Better than spring. Choreographer up the inside. Better than spring as they come to the finish. Choreographer up the passing lane. Better than spring is able to hold on. Choreographer, maybe it was second Bruiser against choreographer for second in a place photo. Better than spring. 154-4. The inquiry sign is up pertaining to the start of this dash. On the board, we have a 32791. Back in front of us, number 3, Better Than Spring. An 8-year-old better is Delight Bay Gelding, owned by Thunder Racing. The trainer and driver, Corey Chrysler. Second win this year, 43rd lifetime, Better Than Spring. Fans, note the judge's ruling that all horses received a fair start. The inquiry sign will go off. The 11th race payouts number 3, Better Than Spring, $3.90 to $83. 7 Second Bruiser, $7 and $4.40, and 2 Choreographer, $2.40. $2 Exactor, $33.70. Try, $53.75. Double, $14. Dollar Win, $4.55.40. Dollar Pick 5, $980.90, and the Dollar High Five, $3,459.30. Here is the 11th race order of finish from the top. 531 798 264. That's 531 798 264 on the bottom. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Thursday evening. Live racing resumes on Saturday. First race will go to post at 6:35 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Shanna.